Yeah.
Yeah, it's very flat on that back leg.
Yeah, we'll put another leg.
Oh, of course, if I And just to check, guys, what's the normal format? Mooji is there normally a period of meditation at the start, or just go straight in? When Mooji reads Satsang, does he normally lead a period of meditation at the start, or just basically just starts with the question and says? I support. Yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, great. So just to check. Hi, I'm Alex Howard from Conscious 2. And welcome to this live Satsang with Mooji. Hi, Mooji. Mooji was in the studio last week doing a couple of interviews, and he said to me at the end, we should do a live Satsang. I said, great, let's do that. And I thought maybe next time you were over. I said, no, next week. so here we are. We have some guests here in the studio which have some questions. So we're going to start with that, and then will probably come some more general questions that come up perhaps from what's said, or perhaps anything else that arises. But then we also want to give you guys at home an opportunity to be part of this. So if you want to ask Mooji a question, you can go to facebook.com/conscious2, and it's just a number 2 like that, not TWO. And then at some point this evening, the plan as it currently stands, and the plan may change, but the plan as it currently stands, is I will come out and I will ask Mooji some of those questions, hopefully for you guys at home. So I think it's a great opportunity if something is inspired by anything that's said, or indeed if you've just got a question that's burning inside you. So just to give the link again, you can go to facebook.com/conscious2 and just post your questions underneath the post about this live satsang. So the first question is from Ala, if you want to come forwards.
Hi.
Hi, Ala.
So my question was, I loved your analogy about the potato, the jack potato being wrapped in the foil. Yeah. And I was wondering, how do you know that you're cooked? And can you come out of the oven too soon?
Yes. You will almost certainly come out of the oven too soon if you think you're cooked. You see, like this. And let's put things back into context. Why this particular, why this came up like this? It was just really, I believe someone had come to a certain stage in their seeing, and I felt it was a profound insight. And there was not any further need to continue conversations at a conceptual level. I felt it was enough now to stop right there. And then the tendency is to say, I feel you should go home and get inside your sleeping bag and zip yourself in and just marinate in this insight. And so another way of putting it is, you're just like a jacket potato in your foil, just cooking inside yourself. And so this is what you say communicated something to you. And now your question was, how do you know when you are cooked? You see? Well, you won't know you're cooked because you won't really know anything at all, actually. You see? If you know you're cooked, it doesn't really work like that. The mind thinks it works like that, but it doesn't really work like that. You just continue looking and somehow contemplating, if you want to say, or not even any of this. It's just sort of like resting, as it were, in that state of beingness where your investigations or your sadhana has taken you. It's emptied you out into a certain space. And it's not a personal space. It's a very impersonal space. But only then do you know, not in a dualistic sense, as one thing knowing another thing, but know in the sense that you are totally where you need to be. And you don't need any history, nor even the concept of a future, or striving for anything at all, simply falls away. There's a sort of space of like emptiness or a neutrality. And the argumentative mind somehow just stops. And so that's why I say further discussions would not be needed at that point. I sense this within myself, and right there I would say to someone, I think you need to stop now. You can go back to your seat and just marinate in this. Go back and stay in your jacket potato and just be there. Now, you may say, well, how long should I stay? you know. I mean, I might get overcooked or something or whatever, no? But this is only from the standpoint, as I said, from the mind. While you're in that state, you're not making any decision. There just comes a time to step out of your bag, basically. You will not know it's going to be tomorrow, it's going to be in 5 minutes. It's not going to be like that. I can't say how it will be. For each one, it will happen how it happens. But at a certain point, it's just time. I mean, how does a seed know it's about to sprout? It doesn't know. Sprouting just happens in the same way. Something simply walks out, and it doesn't walk out saying, I think I'm cooked. It just walks out because it has to walk out. But it won't really matter whether it goes to the left or the right or anything. No one can really guess or imagine what it is that walks out of that potato bag. But everyone is invited to step into that oven.
Is it a special oven? Does it need to be a special environment where...
Yeah, you
Sorry.
do it, yes. You are asking, is it a special kind of oven or special kind of environment? You don't need to be concerned about that. In as much as I would have to say to you, from my place, you're in the right place. And the right place is not necessarily a geographically accurate place. It's just when you are sitting right within your own self, meaning not identified merely with your body and conditioning, you will spontaneously, automatically sort of know you're in the right place. You see? Like that. You have another question?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good. Okay, good one. Nice one. Okay. Next one, who's coming? Very good. Hi.
In St. John's Gospel, in the Holy Bible,
Yes.
Jesus says, no one comes to the Father except by me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And these words, I think there's been a lot of misunderstanding about them.
Yes.
And which has caused a lot of division, rejection, and even for some people, they would abandon the teachings of Jesus because of this
Yes.
statement.
But they would have to say why they would have abandoned.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'd be grateful if you could share
Well-
your understanding of what
Okay.
Jesus said.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, I totally hear what you're saying, and myself had contemplated it. No, we have to say according to the Gospels as we know them. This is what he said, that no one comes to the Father except through me. You see, it sounds like that's a very tight place. It means that if you think beyond, that's the sense that people would take, or the first reaction would be like, whoa, you have to go through Jesus, or else basically there's no way to the Father, you see, like that. And I feel that the predominantly the Christian culture has used that statement, like this is our, that builds a lot upon this statement, that, this is sufficient to prove that Jesus is the only way to God. This is something like this, no? Like that. And, but earlier, if I can take an example earlier, no? I remember another place where Jesus was speaking to some of the Pharisees and the Sadducees and from the Sanhedrin of his time, which was like the political authority, the Orthodox faiths and so on of the time. No? And they were sort of, there was some friction, some tension felt by the established religious body. That here comes this young man who with such seemingly radical ideas, sort of working miracles, attracting a lot of people. And they were a little sort of like a bit uncomfortable with his message because he was very unafraid and confronted many things that no one had talked about until then. So in one encounter, he had been talking with some of these people, and he had said, if you knew the truth would set you free. And they retorted and said, ho, 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 we are children of Abraham. You see? Who you think you're talking like? We are children of Abraham. And I say, as though being children of Abraham entitled them to automatic freedom or like this, you see? And then he said, in response to to what they spoke, he said, if you were true children of Abraham, you would have listened to me and accepted what I say to you, because Abraham spoke of me. And this really aroused a lot of reaction from them. They said, what are you saying? Do you know what you're saying? Our father Abraham lived centuries and centuries ago. You're a young man, maybe 33 years old or whatever. How dare you speak like that? Are you saying you are as great as our father Abraham? And he hit straight back, you see, with this statement. He said, to tell you the truth, before Abraham was born, I am. You see? Okay. Now, I have to say this because it's linked to your question. He said, before Abraham was born or even conceived, I am. So obviously, he couldn't mean the body that we know as Jesus, because that was only 33 years old or something, no? What is this I am that he's referring to? You see? Because it is said that also the sense, this I am is said to be also the name of God. I am. And he's saying, before Abraham was born, I am. Let's rewind way back to the time when the children of Israel were being set free from the hold in Egypt, and then Moses was commanded by God. It said like this. It's all linked, so please stay with me a minute. And then Moses was told by God, go and confront the Pharaoh and tell him to set the Israelites free. And Moses was very, very afraid. He says, what are you saying? I am not on good terms with them at this moment. And, I cannot go in my name. Who should I say sent me? And God said, say, I am sent you. And so much power came into Moses that he could move forward and confront the fear like this. So now it brings it back again now. Jesus' statement. He said, no one comes to the Father except me. I say, what is meant, no one comes to the Father except through the I am. And I want to say what I mean by this I am, because all sentient beings, certainly all human beings, refer to themselves, and it's through the sense I am. Nobody taught us to say I am. Your parents did not call you I. They called you a name like John or Susan or something like that, depending on our culture. And yet all of us instinctively, intuitively, spontaneously refer to ourselves as this I am. And so this sense, really, I am, is what Jesus meant. Not just the person of Jesus, but the I am itself. He understood the power of it. Most people don't understand the power or the implication of what it means to say I am. No one comes to the Father except through understanding and being one with God through the I am sense in them. They must know that the I am is not a person, but it is the presence of God or the holy presence. This is what it means by that. And if people understood this, I don't know if they would have even agreed at that time or accepted what he spoke or understood what he said. I feel it might have been seen to be provocative, but I think I feel also that it was very dynamic, very, very authoritative, very powerful, very unafraid, and very true also. Because in his understanding, the I am and himself are not different. So he had the right to speak like this. And now, in our own time, myself, I'm also pointing to this I am, that it must be understood, because everyone say I am, but don't really understand. We all take I am to be a person, or personality, or ego, but it is much more than this.
And in your experience, what is it? Could you share with us what it is in your experience?
I am is consciousness.
Okay.
You can say I am is consciousness. It is not a person. I am is consciousness. You see? And then it is not enough to say it is consciousness. People say, okay, because we're used to feeling that we learn by simply having an intellectual understanding of something. But then sadhana, or the environment of satsang, helps us to come to a living and direct understanding and experience of that I amness itself, and to rescue it from this universal delusion, actually, that I am is merely a person. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Someone coming? Please come, please. Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you too.
My question is, why do I feel unworthy of my true self?
Mm-hmm.
Everything that you say is as if I have known it all my life, and I take it all without question. But I feel inferior to other people's questions and don't possess any profundity in my questions or answers. So,
Yeah.
could you give advice on this?
This can only be true. It can only be so because it comes from the mind. It does not come from the self, and there is a huge difference. It can only be true because this is very much the kind of thing that we all suffer from. These kind of the judgments and the fears and the inconsistencies that come up from the psychological mind, that is, and so that's where this statement or this feeling would arise from it. You see, and of course you are none of that. And while you're saying that, you also say what we are speaking, what I'm sharing, rings true for you at some level within your own self, but at another level, it seems that it's creating something is there that simply won't accept this or feels crushed in your own self, and this is where the psychological energy comes into it. Is it like that? Yeah.
Okay.
Press on. Let's see what we can
Yes,
do.
exactly.
And you know,
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
you don't want to find out more. You
Yes,
have
I
to come
do,
and-
yeah. I thought it was under time.
No. I am
It's
not-
just when when people have these experiences, and it's all, and it's all amazing, and they feel amazing, and they, and I don't get any of that, but,
That is okay. It does not necessarily mean that the people who feel amazing continue feeling amazing.
Yeah.
You see, sometimes people feel amazing, and then you see them, if you have the chance, maybe see them in 1 week later, and they're completely depressed and really feel sorrowful and so on. So we see the highlights in that moment, a moment perhaps of deep insight, which I don't question. This insight takes place. And in that instant, their person is gone. It's not there, and this is why there's such joy. But it seems gradually, the sense of personal identity, the old regime, drifts back into the picture, which by itself does not mean a failure, because it does that anyway. The failure does not happen when the mind or the past or the old ego sense creeps back in. That's not a failure. If there's a failure, I'm using this term now, it is when somehow identity then goes and create the sense of a person who is suffering this come, which itself is still a thought. But because in the past we have experienced in that way, it feels totally natural and easy to drop back into that posture or into that shape again, you see. So it is very good if you are supported by friends who are themselves familiar with these seeming setbacks or these psychological attacks or so on, and they can really encourage you and say, no, don't worry. This is going to happen, but you are still only just observing this, and just to stay in the observing of this, like that. But I don't take anything away from the experience in itself, but very often people witness a kind of an awakening taking place, and they go, oh, but there's so many people waking up. So many people. I'm not waking up.
Yeah.
But very often these waking up episodes or expressions, they can collapse later on or change into, again, people go back to the usual state, like this. So, the one who is guiding does not get so excited about someone experiencing the state of no mind or sort of the sense of total understanding. There is a following up behind that, you see, to keep checking in, to see when the mind, the past, the identity is creeping back in, and to sit with you, to keep in touch with you, to remind you to not identify and to stay only as the witness. That's where the initial radiance and joy and so on, it's not the end. It's just a kind of beginning in a way. You can say like that. Although it has happened where an insight or an opening is so profound that somehow the old mind does not return.
Yeah.
That has happened also.
Yeah. So everyone's experience is different. It's not like on a level, you get the bolt of lightning, that's you, you've gone through the bolt of lightning.
What we have to realize
I mean?
is that awakening or the realization of the self is not an event.
Yeah.
If there is an event, it is the event of the recognition of that which is not an event, which doesn't happen, but is always ever present, you see. Yeah. So people put a lot of emphasis on the event of seeing, on the sense of flowering or breaking open or like this, and feel like that's it,
That's what I mean,
But I would not put so much. I'd like to follow through and see, if there is a consistency, if there's a stability, you see. And it does take time for the mind to stabilize on this new ground, so to speak. But the real understanding happens in a second, actually. Something just switches over. And it's as though you crossed over into a new way of seeing. And when I say seeing, I don't mean necessarily that you're looking at objects only differently. That does happen also, not because the objects are different, but because the subject is different. The subject is not anymore mixed with the object of the person. So the seeing feels very magical in the beginning, but gradually that becomes one's normal way of looking. The emphasis is not on how things seemingly external look, but who is looking, and from where, and as what. That is what is where the real understanding takes place.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because sometimes you think, well, I think people who have these amazing things, they're seeing things like in 3D, the colours after being up full, and it's all sparkly and everything.
Yeah, that's the Hollywood version.
Yeah,
it's not
that's what I mean.
like that, But I mean, in fact, it can feel, and I don't put that down because they didn't design that. They don't design that. It just depending upon perhaps your own temperament and so on, how that will occur or be experienced in the beginning. But as I said, sometimes we put too much importance on that beginning, in that change. But really, it's only as one settles down, so to speak, into that pace which is constant. Of course, the dynamic expression of life continues, but it doesn't have the same one sitting. There's nobody sitting at the wheel, so to speak. There's just the life becomes spontaneous. Really, becomes spontaneous in every way. You still use your mind. You may have to make plans to do things, but there's just in a practical way. But the psychological obsession, the psychological kind of programming and fears and all of that noise, that will reduce and disappear eventually. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Very
Yeah,
good.
thanks.
Okay. Please come.
Hello, Mooji.
Hi.
I just want to say yes.
And yes to what?
Yes to what I am, to my true nature.
Yes.
I have enough of a mind, fear, projection, excuses. I feel a lot of things, but I think they are still phenomenal.
Yes.
I have a big sensitivity, I don't know.
Yes, sensitivity.
Sensitivity.
Yes, yes.
Like I can feel big love, like I can feel really physically my heart expanding. I see signs, I see synchronicity. I really feel that I'm blessed.
Yes.
Just being here,
Yes.
talking to you, I just can't believe it. Just can't believe it. The luck that I have to meet people like you. It's not people.
It's good.
Beings like you, like Amma, and I love it. I've suffered a lot, but I loved everything I went through, because as you were saying, suffering led me to be here,
Yes.
and I just love it, and I love the path. The thing is that I am very attached to my life too, because I think it's just a dream, really. I can feel blessings every day. I'm very connected, to, you can call it higher power, but still, it's mine. It's mind talking, And I'm, I think now I want to be.
Yeah.
I don't want to experience, I don't want validation.
There are several things as I listen to you, because you said my heart is very open to life, and I feel so many things, even on seemingly metaphysical level. I feel all these things, and I feel a lot of love, a lot of joy, a lot of space, all these things, and something has been attached to. I'm attached to my life, in a sense. No? But at the same time, you indicated I'm attached to life, but yet at the same time I see that it's all mind. And when you said this, just big space came. Because if you are able to see that it is all mind, and when I hear this word mind, it's not a dirty word. Mind is not dirty. All this is mind. All, we see the sense of the abilities to experience, to taste, experiencing, to use the powers of discernment, the imagination, and to contemplate, to investigate oneself, to practice something, to strive for something, to enjoy, to feel empathy, compassion, all of these things. All of this is coming through mind also. So I don't put mind isn't so bad, but when I heard you say it's all mind, and you use the word phenomenal again, then I felt that a deeper understanding is being presented here. Because if you say that it is all phenomenal, it means that without you who perceive it, it doesn't exist, in fact. You are the perceiver of it. And each body, the full force of creativity, of the creation, you can say, or the manifestation of life as time and form and change, is meaningless without the perceiving of it. So you wrapped all of that up and say it is phenomenal. It is the mind. No? You say, I am attached to my life. So something is attached to life. In what way? Could you say also?
Just when you said that, I realized that the fact that I perceive it doesn't make my ego, for instance, vanish. You know?
Yes.
I'm witness, but I still have attachment. I
Yes.
still have ego.
Yes. When you say you have an attachment to life, there's an attachment that's earlier than that. The first attachment is the attachment to identity, without which the rest you cannot be attached to. First, there must be some attachment to the sense of who you take yourself to be. There's attachment to your physical life. There's attachment to your emotional life. There's attachment to your mental and psychological activities and so on. First, the attachment to the idea, I am this person, or I'm a woman, or something is there. When that first attachment is formed, then it makes room or way for lots of other attachments and concepts to flow in and to build on top of that root or foundation concept. You see? So that must be the root concept. When that is there, then you will feel, yes, I'm attached to my life. And although you say, I see it as phenomenal, but that doesn't seem to be having any profound impact upon the sense of identity or the feeling of me. So we have to go and look again at that place. Because here is where sometimes people who have a very sharp intellect are able to see and to hear and to read and understand maybe what the sages have been speaking about and pointing to. And they feel it. They feel an immense opening and a sense of spaciousness and something timeless and beautiful. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they have transcended or overcome the egoic identity. And we should ask the question, is it necessary even to overcome an egoic identity? Because sometimes people have said, but the egoic identity is also phenomenal. Everything is phenomenal, you see? So this is where it can get very subtle and disguised, you see? The psychological identity can disguise itself in these kind of subtleties because it will just keep denying that there's anything that is real. I mean, like, okay, you seem to be very afraid of so-and-so. Yes, but fear is also just phenomenal, and so on and so. So I don't believe it when that is said like that. Because life is experience. And also if you really understood something, if you really know it thoroughly, then somehow ignorance of it cannot remain in the real knowing and understanding of a thing. Ignorance can remain. And also that deep attachment and psychological association, it cannot be there. It will be bleached out. It will be sort of thinned away. It could not be coexisting in real seeing. So something needs to zoom in and to take a second, a third, fourth look at what is here, because two kings cannot sit on one throne. Something must be not quite like that, see? And so it's this type of investigation that brings us into satsang, or satsang, which means to associate with truth, helps you to really see this and to expose the unreal, or what is the inconsistencies, so that what remains is truly true. It means that it's thoroughly true. Now, truth cannot be measured in the phenomenal realm, but it somehow must it must somehow, like we say, if the tree is good, the fruits will be good. And if the understanding is true, it will have an expression, it will have a sense of presence and a power in the phenomenal world also. You see, like this. Otherwise, people say, yes, peace and truth and so on, but in the life they seem to deny it, or they contradict the words they speak or something like that. So there's something in, it has to be more than an intellectual conviction, to the extent that someone who has really grasped when the ego sense is not presiding, when it's not the ruler here, it's not the one living inside this body, then something happens to the presence. A presence emerges in that body that I feel is in the deep psyche of the human being, any human being. They begin to respond to something in there. It's like your mind cannot, in front of it, deny that you are in front of something, a greater sense of understanding, a greater power. Even in the animal kingdom, when some animals carry a greater sense of authority, a greater sense of presence, and just even without speaking, you can watch the behavior of others around them. Now, I don't know if I want to go so far with this, but I'm not talking about a fear. I'm not talking about fear, although it can express as a sort of fear also. But it's like something happens. It can be an attraction also. For some, it's an attraction also, because that presence reflects back to them their own presence. Maybe something that has been not recognized for a long time suddenly wakes up and comes alive inside them, that is corresponding to what they're seeing. It's like a direct, not transmission, but like a reflection or something. Something has happened in that. And I feel that this is how the world, of the human world, it's lacking, it's missing a bit of this. Because we are all this, you see. But when we are so invested in our terrestrial existence, in the day-to-day life based upon personhood, then this is not easily seen. It is like it is dormant or hidden. And some people don't even feel that such a thing exists at all. You see? But some human beings have gone beyond the regular patterns and programming and ideas and conditioning that is so common to the human experience as it is now, and have really touched something very deep and have really, in a way, vanished in that thing. And others come to feel that they're in the presence of a kind of divinity. And I feel that we are that divinity, but it has to be uncovered from the clutter of conceptual existence and from personhood and all of that.
This is why I'm here.
Yes.
Tonight, because I met you in Zimar in Portugal a bit more of 1 month ago, and since the calling is just bigger and bigger, and 2 days ago it raised really tremendously. Like I was feeling that I couldn't be. I had to be close to you, because in your presence, I feel something indescribable.
Yeah. Yes.
A tremendous love, some space sometimes in my body. I don't know really how to explain, but sometimes also I feel myself closing. I remember the first hug you gave me was in Zimar, and I was so closed, I was scared, but since it seems to getting improved.
Yes.
And I can feel something opening slightly, and maybe it's the path. I don't know. Maybe
Yes.
maybe
it is
it's
a way
another.
in which I think it is something that is more true, and very often, if we're living only with the notion of personhood, It takes a lot of energy to be a person, to live as a person. It takes no energy to be yourself, actually. You see? And so the tendency, because of our upbringing quite often, and the pressure of peer pressure, you can say, and so on like that, we have narrowed off our life quite a lot to live, you know, in a sort of tribal expression, whatever is the in thing at the moment, and very much so broad now that human beings very often suffer from the kind of psychological pressure to be cool or to be sort of like interesting, or like we have to be something, that you have to prove that you're worthy enough to be accepted or to be seen as someone of importance or whatever it is like that. So there's a lot of pressure psychologically, where when we're in each other's company, for very many people, it's unbearable because they can't turn off this program of trying to come across as being someone worthy to be met and to be interesting and so on. But at a deeper level, that creates a deep frustration inside and anxiety also like this. But one who has really overcome these, who have really found the truth and who is themselves, don't have this type of fear. There's no fear like that. And when they meet, they don't become something different. Maybe some way in which they relate with people, there's a layer, a level in which they can be like a chameleon at some level, but underneath this is something very steady, you see, very sound, you see. And when I say chameleon, I mean that in any true encounter, if you come empty, you'll be able to be more flexible so that you can really integrate or meet someone in a true way. If you're too rigid, you cannot meet. Something's too rigid. So that beingness has to be, I call like bamboo. You are flexible, you're open, and at the same time very strong. Bamboo is a good example because very flexible, but very strong. There's something in that. And so this kind of encounter when you meet someone, it is a bit like love also. Sometimes some people, they feel just like unexpectedly, they feel tremendous love, like they fall in love in an instant. And they can feel totally afraid of this also, like this, no? It just means that we're meeting not merely from head to head, but something here, something of our true nature must be present. And it's here that we really respond to each other and to life. And also, it's amazing that in such encounters, you can start to feel home, feel very much at home. And I'm not talking about a home, a house with walls and windows. I'm talking about home just here where you are, like that. So it is a powerfully attractive force, a human being who is established in the truth. And their natural wish and urge is to facilitate that same undressing or revealing in I'm saying other beings, in others, you can say like that. No? So this kind of attraction, you can say, one should follow. And it's not always easy. You've also indicated a bit like that. So initially it can be fearful. And it brings up lots of things that the mind is not ready for. So it can be uncomfortable. And some people feel lost when their heart is touched by love or by grace. They feel, we have practiced so much to be streetwise and to be cool and to be calm. But when you meet that deeper power, you start to fall apart. And this falling apart is a beautiful stage in reawakening to our true self. You see? And it happens differently in each one. Some people are very open and they don't feel they're falling apart. You see? It's almost like they're falling upwards into some beautiful embrace or something. You see? So, you speak with a kind of urge, which an urgency somehow. You brought my talk back, you said, but tonight, what I'm here for today, and I have to say, yes, we're here today. What can happen? What can happen like this? What needs to happen, if anything? You already indicated that there's something, that there's an attachment to your life. The consciousness got localized into this body and feel, I am this body, I am here, and so on. But and it is enjoyed. You say your life is a good life, but at the same time there is something inside that feels there's more than this. And I don't want more just because it's more. It must be that I want more than this because it's taking me more home and more true to myself. Yes.
Exactly.
Do you feel that there's something that needs to happen?
No. But still, because I've listened to all what you said, you know, to all the people who were coming at the microphone, but for some reason, I still have the feeling that I need to be more in touch with, even if it's not.
Okay, say in
formula.
touch with.
Yeah, my true nature, this state, this feeling. Actually, I had a sense of space, but I have the feeling that it's even bigger, wider, even more serene, more love, more. I don't know.
Of course, it's not just about quantity, isn't it? It's not more in terms of quantity. Some intuitive sense must be involved there to be feeling that I need more, I need to go more deeply into my being, I need to do this. Now, would you say that this is an urge or a belief? Is it for you an urge or a belief? Because if you say, I think I need to do this, is it that you believe this is happening to other people and this is why you want it? Is it a belief or an urge? It's an urge, no? Then how does that urge stay alive in the presence of the other thing you say, which is like, I'm attached to my life? You want to go beyond, no? You want to go beyond the sort of mundane existence, but I don't know if you see it as mundane. It's not, because I cannot say it is mundane. Life is not mundane. It's just that we live it in a mundane way, maybe. You see? So I don't want to put any kind of conclusion or judgment about life. It is whatever it is. But mundane would really imply that a way in which we are entering and moving in life itself, and with what notion we have about ourselves, will indicate or determine how we experience life to be. But I want to ask you, because you say, I enjoy my life, which is fine. I don't want you not to enjoy your life. No, you can enjoy your life and still want to be free, and still want it to be pure, the purest expression or something. So I don't say it's necessarily a conflict. I just want to see in your case, when you say that I am attached to my life, how much power is given to that attachment. And when you say, I want to go beyond all of that, I want to, to realize my fullness. Is there any contradiction in there?
No.
If you could leave aside the feeling, the desire, I want to reach my highest potential, like just leave that aside for a moment. Just leave it aside. And any sort of self-assessment or definition you may have about yourself, also just leave these things aside. Like, actually, I would like to encourage you to keep leaving everything aside, everything that you think or believe or any kind of value that you give to yourself or life or assessment or conclusions about anything. Effectively, like, just leave your mind alone. Leave everything to do with past or future or even present. And adding to this, even the sense of who you think you are, who you have been so far, and all of this. Can you leave this aside? Well, you can actually. Just don't hold on to any idea at all. Just leave every idea aside, so that there's nothing inside there. No data you're holding on to. Okay, it might be somewhere around, but you're not taking any feed. You're not feeding it or taking any food from it. Disassociate altogether from that. Okay? But your senses are still functioning naturally. Your powers of the intellect, and you can listen and hear, and your presence is still here. Because there's nothing to do. Nothing is wrong with them. Okay? So if you leave everything else, like what you would like, I would like to be awakened, I like to leave everything, even that, you leave everything aside. No? Okay? All right? So you do this now, and what remains? No hurry. Leaving everything, all your ideas and history and information about yourself and any sort of autobiographical references, all of this, leave everything aside now. And not be waiting for what's next. Okay, what's now? Just leave everything aside. Only your natural functioning of the senses and sense of presence and the fact that you are aware that you exist or something and that you're perceiving. That's all. Just like that. Who are you here now? Don't think. What is here?
I can feel my body,
Yes.
mostly my heart.
Your heart, when you say heart, what do you mean? You mean the pump?
Yes,
The pump is pumping, okay.
yes.
All right.
But I feel an empty space.
Yes.
But I think it's inside my body. I still feel my body.
This is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Body is there. Body is
Cool.
no trouble with the body. You need your body
Yes.
to continue what we are doing. We need it very much, no? And even to enjoy this existence, even the body is needed, no? So like this, no? But do you have any sense that you are suppressing anything?
No,
Do you feel you are needing something?
no. It's a great feeling, actually.
Yeah,
Not waiting for something.
yeah, yeah.
It's very resting.
Yeah. So you are telling now how it feels. It's very resting. It's a great feeling. But these are still things you can look at. But you who are looking at them, the one who's looking at them, because they can change. Mm-hmm. So from now it's very restful, very quiet and peaceful. So if that should change, it will also be noticed from the same place. Mm-hmm. That which is noticing, will that change? If your feelings change, that which witnesses your feeling, will that automatically change? Is it affected by feelings or thought? Or sensation, the weakness of them.
I have the feeling that my mind
Mm-hmm.
wants to locate this,
Mm-hmm.
that what you are talking about,
Yes.
this witness
Yeah.
behind the third bird or...
Okay. But that is itself weakness, isn't it? That mind wants a piece of the action. It wants to see what is behind there, you know. But even the mind looking for that is also seen by that and from that. Is right or not? Is that troubled by the mind? Does it say, "Oh no, the mind is coming now," or trouble? Does it feel like this?
I don't know.
Yes. Are you different from that which sees the mind? So then you can answer my question then. You can. Huh? Are you troubled by what the mind wants? Staying as you are, being as you are? Either you're troubled or you think you're troubled.
I think.
Yes, yes, yes. And again, the thoughts come and go, they change. You know. So they are not something really to give too much respect for. They are just like clouds. You cannot rely on a cloud staying the same shape. Suppose you see a beautiful cloud. You say, "Oh, wait a minute, hold on, I'm going to get my camera." You're going to get your camera, you're going to charge it up. Will the cloud stay? So thoughts are like that. Everything's like that. But I'm not that's why I'm not interested in that. Because if it is there tomorrow, it's only in my memory it is there. It is already by its own law, it's gone. So I'm not referring to this, but only that in which this is seen. Any of those movements are seen. It is this that I'm relating to. Because there is a stability there. There is a strength here. There is a presence here. That's not fluctuating. It's not a cloud. You see? And this is a sense that I have in meeting you. I can meet you here. With your thoughts and the feelings, I will not rely on them because they are not stable. They come and go. You see? So, something it does not come and go. Something does not come and go. You see? And you are aware of that which does not come and go. But it's not an object. You know? And this which is not an object, it is you. It is not merely your body, it's what I refer to as yourself.
I think I was looking for an event, maybe.
Yes.
But what you asked me to look at,
Yeah.
I've already got in contact with, since I'm listening to you, and even when I was younger, I could.
Okay.
From time to
Contact
time.
mean too.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Contact means I have already been in contact with that. So it's almost like that you're reporting about an event. I was in contact with that, and that refers to what? The pure self, you may call it, the pure being, the truth. And the I was what? The I is what? Because if the I contact truth, one of them has to go. Or they merge together. What is it? See? So I have to say that when you say, yes, I have been already in touch with this is memory, this is thought for me. You know. That which is here is that which is here saying those things. You see, this is something that I'm going to ask you, spend a little time and try and understand this. Because what is happening is that you start to blur here. Your focus you cannot keep a little bit, no? Because the mind the habit of being with the mind tends to kind of go, and you can't hold it. Then you start to feel tired. You start to notice, I'm feeling tired. You see? But even the thing which is feeling tired is still not you. You are noticing the sense of tired, or, okay, now I think I need to take a break or something, this kind of stuff. This is the phenomenon that will come up now. So I would say, sit with this for a little, and just see if you can just sit with it. Don't get busy with it. Just sit. Sit with it. And leave everything else, and somehow something will emerge. A seeing which is not just phenomenal. Something happening inside, behind even the eyes. It's happening somewhere, something. Yes. And it will remove these clouds of delusions or confusion or something like that. Okay? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good. Thank you. Very good. Can you come in a second?
Hello, Mooji.
Hi. Okay, good.
About 2 years ago,
Yes.
A very intense and painful life experience happened to me. And since then, I started a journey physically and mentally. And at first, like I told you, when I was in Jerusalem, at the beginning of my journey, I met someone who told me about you. And that was when I know about you. And ever since then, I started to try to know more, but I never got a chance to actually meet you. And then now I feel like I've come to an end of my journey, and like a miracle, I ran into you like two nights ago in Chinatown. And that's how I am here right now. And I feel like there is a message behind this, but I'm still not quite sure what that is.
Okay.
And I guess I have a lot of questions, but it all comes down to a very fundamental one.
Okay.
Like you said that we have everything inside us already.
Yeah.
Like we don't need to become the light. We are the light itself.
Yeah.
But why is it that we still struggle to believe this? We still find it difficult to extract and to assert our own power.
Yeah.
Like how do we let go and be present when we've been living with fears for so many years?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if my answer is a complete answer, but I can say that, for a while, because there is no doubt in me that you're consciousness, I am consciousness. There is no doubt. It's proven now here. I don't even believe it. I don't have to believe it. It just is that. And because of it's so clear, all that the people speak like this, it becomes clear for me what the trouble is, you see. If I can put it though, I don't always find a way to speak, to put it like that. But now I can say that it is that the consciousness had to somehow experience. I say had to because I don't think any human being has escaped what I'm about to say. In the same way that all the beings in the ocean are wet, as an example, every living being is conditioned somehow. We believe we are the body, and we believe that we are somehow like a person inside the body. And we all speak I. We all say I. I want this, I think this, I believe this, I don't want this, I want to be doing this, I. But we have not understood I. We believe that I, or we take I to simply be as an assumption that we are this body and I'm my conditioning. And after we believe this, we never question it and nobody else question it. So that we all just carry along, transacting on the basis that I am this body, I'm definitely different looking than you, different from this one. Nobody looks like me exactly, not even my twin. So that's my uniqueness. And also I have my own thoughts, I have my own way. And that is my That's my bank account, basically. That's who I am. But when it comes to certain things which are outside of your comfort zone, of your conditioning, you feel lost. And also things you've not experienced before, and we are also experiencing that there's many things you cannot control. And fear comes in your life. The fear of dying, the fear of being abused, or the fear of looking stupid, or whatever it is. All these different things, they start to come. And I see all these things that in a way they come through life and they have to happen in a way, because they're going to help the consciousness to wake up out of the sleep of autonomy, of egoic autonomy, as a person, then to grow back into its limitlessness. So this is my kind of answer to that. The person, the reason why we suffer is because we are living only in the notion of being a person. Your real self cannot suffer. Even if there's great pain happening in the body, the real self does not suffer. Even emotional pain, which the sense of the person suffer. Now, you can ask, is the real self different from, say, the person self? Is it completely different? I say it cannot be completely different, because everything that you see comes out of this real self. So the DNA of all these variety of things must be the real self. And this is why I say that the ego also is an aspect of the real self, but very limited. Now you begin to suffer your limitation. If everything was going beautifully for you, you would have no aspiration to go beyond this one. When things begin to crumble or to struggle and to hurt and so on, then naturally comes aspiration to go beyond this field, this layer of hurting, to a higher level or something like this. And this is the natural inner evolution. This is the Zen stick of inner evolution, because you have to move on. You cannot just stay in the same place. So you begin to discover that there are higher stages. At first, you have a sense of it, but not yet fully the direct experience, you see. And the direct experience, it's funny because you are the real thing, but yet you have to know it. It's like you are it, but you have to know it. You have to be conscious about it, because if you're not conscious about it, then effectively you don't know it. And if you don't feel you know it, it doesn't exist on this plane. So somehow it's making its way into your consciousness, either through books or you meet people or your experiences are changing. You're developing more attraction for things which you were not thinking before, for maybe meditation, or to look, to begin to observe more and to stop identifying with your reaction so much. And you feel like there's some space comes, like this, the more you go, like this. This can continue, and you'll keep on growing and expanding from the place of personal identity or ego. From the person, you start to move into what we call the state of presence. The state of presence is a more refined form of consciousness. It doesn't take itself to be personal anymore. It's not a person. It's not a man or a woman. It has no religion. It has no beliefs. Its consciousness is very, very pure. It doesn't believe it is the body. So it functions in a very, very pure way, a purer way, you see? When you come more into this field, you feel naturally more happy, more liberated, more light, more somehow in harmony with life. And many beings, as they're discovering this, they feel very happy. And if you say this, you can keep coming more in, they say, no, it's okay, leave me here, I'm okay, I like this, this feels good, leave me for here. Maybe later I come there, you see, like that. So this state, this joy, this natural joy, is like a joy, a happiness that doesn't need a story. It doesn't need a reason. It's just the joy of being, like this. For the ego, rarely experience this. The ego searches for joy through contact with objects or people or some kind of thinking or some belief or so on. Then it gets some joy with the contact with these things. But the one who is really experiencing directly as the presence is just the state of joy is there. And peace and clarity and wisdom also. Wisdom means to know without study. It's just somehow a power that's inherent in us, but we don't seem to access it because in some way we are living with the acceptance of our conditioning, like that is enough for a while. All of it is play of consciousness. All of it is play of consciousness. So as you come into the state more of presence, you feel more light, more intuitive. You don't have to think so much over any problem. You seem to kind of just know what to do, like that. So this is why it's so attractive to the mind. But it's still not the final state. This is the state, when I say the state of presence, when I refer to the feeling I am, which is not personal, it is the same as the presence. And the functioning of presence is more to observe without identity. So the functioning of perception is much lighter, much more joyful, much more peaceful. You see? So we're quite happy. If we could get to the state of presence, we're quite happy. Yeah? But the state of presence also sometimes fluctuates. Because of, I don't know, you may say certain energetic movements in consciousness creates fluctuations. And you may find from the state of presence, you go back again into identity for a bit, then come back into state of presence. So this is something that I still call it phenomenal. It will still come and go, but it's a higher state of consciousness. Some beings come to the position where they can see that even not only can the person's sense could be seen, but it's vanishing because they have no interest in person at all. But even the state of presence, they begin to recognize that even the state of presence is phenomenal. When the person is becoming the presence doesn't seem phenomenal. The presence seems like it's divinity, it's everything. But those who have stabilized in the presence, after a while they see that even the presence becomes phenomenal. So when you're in that place where even the presence is phenomenal, no one can evaluate this one. This is your absolute being. This is your pure self. It's your pure self. Where is this pure self until you discover it? It's right here. All of this, seen from a new place, you're all of this. This is what it is. But I don't want to talk about it so much because I prefer to work with you until you come to that authentically, not just conceptually, not just intellectually, but experientially. When the timing is right, according to your maturity, you will come to this state. I remind the beings that grace is always helping you, it is always facilitating you. Because whether we understand this or not, your life is an expression of love, of divine love. As soon as your mind is open towards the higher state of consciousness, many, many auspicious things force coming to help you like that.
So I can only wait till the time is right.
No, waiting also is a bit not good. Waiting means that somehow the infinite is not ready, which cannot be true. On every moment, the infinite is full. You see? So the infinite is not like it's something there waiting for you and you're waiting for it. Not like this. So even this idea of waiting, you can just leave it aside. Don't touch this concept about waiting, or I need to have it now. Don't touch anything at all. You see? If you don't touch anything at all, automatically you'll find that there's a sense of wellness, a sense of not lacking anything. There's something that feels quite just naturally sort of empty. But there's no desperateness in this emptiness. There's something quite content and complete about it. This is entering through the door of your own self. Like this. You see, it's funny because the power, I want to say like this, because when sometimes you're ready, you don't know you're ready, or for something. Now, how we met, for instance, I have not seen you before 2 days ago, isn't it? We just finished Satsang, all the way in East End, and I have very, very strong feeling to go to Chinatown. Okay? Just finished Satsang, I have strong feeling go Chinatown. And I was not even hungry, really, I said, why I want to go Chinatown, Then I said, get in the car, come, go, let's go. Come, no, it's getting late, go. I go to Chinatown, I go to one restaurant, it's closing. One shop, no, also closing. And I saw one place, I said, let's go into this place. We went inside there, and there I met you. You came inside, and then you were there, and I saw you looking at first to Krishnabai, and then you say, are you Mooji? Like this. Huh? Now, and then when I was leaving the place, I got takeaway and I was going away. I said, I came here to meet you. I said like this, isn't it? And I felt in this moment that was my truer thing. And I see very often that consciousness, it seems, is arranging all these things when you're ready. You may think, but I'm only living in this place, nobody knows me, then life will forget me. Life cannot forget you, because you are life itself, like this. But when something inside is ready, you have heard many times people say, when the student is ready, master come, or something like that, no? And you are ready, but you don't know you're ready. But you're at least ready for what is happening now, you see? And because of that, I tell you, you come here, and you came. And already I know something is taking place, like this. Some search, it doesn't matter if you feel it's, but I don't know what to do. It doesn't matter. But something, when you're ready, is taking care. It's come to guide you and to guide your mind back inside your heart. And that is exactly what is happening. I can only encourage, trust this, and don't work your mind too much. Let your mind be more empty. When mind empty, then somehow it can correspond more to these subtler kind of movements inside. And you always find that somehow it was just right where you are, wherever you are. Something's just right. And gradually, you are forgetting what you are not. You're just forgetting what you're not. When you forget what you're not, you suddenly find what you are.
So it's about trust.
Trust helps. I cannot put to any single factor. You see? I cannot put to any single. Trust is a place for trust. There's a place for faith. There's a space for surrender. There's a space for really looking. There's a space for desire for this. There's a space for determination. There's a space for letting go. There's a space for everything. And you don't know before. Just if you keep quiet, you'll feel just an urge come, and you move with this urge. That's all that's happened like that. Then I also told you, stay in touch, and it will be good. That's what I say. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, good. Okay. Oh, no. Come, sit, please, sit. Okay, very good. Come. You want tissue? Okay, fine.
Guruji. I was seeing that the joy and the bliss and the peace can be watched. And that was my question. And I said, but I can see it.
You see, when we speak like this, we talk about the joy and the bliss and the peace and so on can be watched. first, it is felt, it is experienced, and there's a sense of oneness with it. It doesn't feel like it's a fragmentation, peace is there, joy is there, like this. It is all one soup, one sense of soup, no? You're in the joy of that. You enjoy, at the same time you are aware of it, at the same time. You see? This is why sometimes people say, like, I enjoy, but I don't enjoy. Or I move, but not moving. Eating, but not eating. Growing, but not growing. Walking, but not walking. Studying, but not studying. It's in reference to these things that somehow you're feeling all these things, maybe some peace or joy and so on, yeah, but at the same time something is here which seems independent of them. It's not defined by them at the same time, you see. But the logical mind is not enough like this, because it says, well, you know, how can you be this and this at the same time? So you're not, these are not conversation pieces. It's just somehow you are now confirming, yes, all this is experienced, and yet at the same time, the one who perceives them, can this one be perceived also? You say you can perceive even joy, you can perceive peace, you see space, but that which is perceiving them, can it also be perceived? You must look, you see. Why I ask this question?
It's not an object. It can't, it's...
Why do I ask this question actually? Because it is very natural that we, through conditioning, we believe we are something solid, that I am the body. And this I am the body and the feeling that I am the one who, I'm the doer of my actions and the thinker of my thoughts. It's such a limitation, it's a contraction in fact. So when I ask you, like you have come now, straight away you say something which many people aspire for, this experience of peace and joy and so on. But you came straight away and you say, but I can see these. I say, yes, but don't dismiss. There's no need to dismiss this. Say, yes, this is here, but also there's awareness of them also. Then I ask a question which I think is the right timing to ask this question. I ask, you are perceiving peace and joy and space, but you who perceive them, can you also be perceived? Meaning that do you have some tangible quality that you can say you are this size and this color or something? Yeah.
There's no location.
Huh?
There's no location.
There's no location.
It's
Yeah.
like what was ringing in my ear was when the Avadut Agita, and it says, I'm nectarian knowledge, unchanging bliss, and everywhere like space.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. When you come to that stage of understanding or seeing, then you're not going to be speaking very much. You're not going to find the company of most people that enjoyable, because mostly they will talk about phenomenal things, objects and relationships and so on. But this will not touch you, you know. That's not to say, because you may have family, you may have children, you have a husband, you have a wife, you have this. How are you going to be? Because it's not that if you are married, for instance, that and you are the husband, that you awaken means that your wife's going to awaken at the same time. It's not like your marriage, like when you got married together, you're not going to just awaken together. How are you going to live? You see? So something, somehow, the consciousness adapts itself to everything without any effort. And I like it to see when people who have a family, have children, young children and so on, awaken to this, come to the full realization of the truth. Because I want to see how, because sometimes when this happened, a lot of arrogance comes sometimes. Something comes, oh yes, I did it, you know, I'm special now, I'm ready. You know, sometimes it happens, no? And then you see, when you have children, I want to see how you behave. Because they will make you, keep you humble. And this is very, it's a good
Guruji, I wanted to share something with you. from Rishikesh, which was in March. I actually got pregnant during satsang time, but I miscarried. And there was great pain at that time. That how can something like this come during satsang? And Rahim, he didn't feel that pain. And it was something that I had to transcend, some kind of conditioned desire to have a child. I have a niece that watches you, who actually sends you questions. And those desires, it's like whatever that was left, because I said to you, let nothing remain. And that seemed to be a desire that had been there. So when you said this right now, actually nobody knows except for him and I. This is shown on TV.
Well, I think a few people are going to know.
Yeah,
that.
yes. But it's okay.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I like that you lose this type of fear, because one of the things about the egoic state is that it's very afraid to be exposed. It's very secretive and very much like this. But your heart is open. Your heart is open. You're not afraid. And so somehow you can share. And it is generous, in fact, as well, too, because your sharing from your truth enables so many people to say, wait a minute, but this makes sense in my heart. This feels true for me also. You see? So I am happy that you can share like that. You have said something very beautiful, because straight away you came, you say, the peace, the joy, the space, the light, all of this, I see, it is seen, no? It is perceived, you see? At first, when it is experienced, you don't say, oh, but I can see it. No, you are swimming in that field of joy and peace in this higher state of consciousness, no? But gradually, it comes that, but even this is also perceivable. Even this is transforming, it's changing, it's also phenomenal, you see? There's a seeing of this. So now, when that is clear for me, that even this is seen, you see, it can be left just to be what it is. It doesn't have to be pushed away or held onto. It can just be observed, but somehow the power stays back in the place of the seeing. This is important. This is why I asked you the question, the perceiver, even of the subtlest thing, can this perceiver be perceived, you see? And then the attention moves away from the field of phenomena and turns around and see, what is here then? Is there any person here? Is there any object here? Because if there is, you can say, yes, I can perceive, but here I'm very light, I'm like a cloud, and I'll have to tell you, I'm sorry, that is also phenomenal, you see? So this is an exquisite way, a direct way of proving, in fact, and experiencing directly the self. When I say experiencing the self non-phenomenally, meaning that you did not use an object. You see, you are the subject perceiving the subject. Let's not say too much. Let's not give the mind any chance to come in and start to create any kind of cleverness around this. Simply, it finishes here. Something is resolved here. And even after this takes place, occasionally there is still, the mind still peeps in and asks, excuse me, I'm back, like this. When this is okay, you say, oh, mind, hey, come in, it's okay. What harm can it do?
I saw that during the London Satsang. I saw that, but it just came and went.
Yeah. Well, it came and couldn't find any business. You understand? You come and you cannot find any business, and then what happened? Whether you go or not, nobody cares. You see? The mind come and he couldn't find any business. Then anybody know what happened to him afterwards? No, nobody care about that. I say often to remind, inside, don't be afraid to be empty. Not to try to be empty. Just authentically, when you're looking and listening in this way and checking in, not just merely believing, but actually confirming, looking and seeing what resonates somehow, and stay in that resonance, one comes to a space which is empty, meaning you are without any, what you may call, you don't need no technique. You have no technique, no manipulations, not needed. You're simply here. What we call life is the unfolding of the movement of matter and thought and feeling, energies and so on, and the perceiving of them. That is happening spontaneously, automatically. But it's not a measure of who you are. You are the witness of all of this, but even to say you're a witness is not actually true, because a witness still implies that one is perceiving something, but not just perceiving it, but perceiving it with some interest. You see, like deep interest, like as though it matters to you. If an interest is there, it's more superficial. All of life is moving, adequately perceived, not need to be passionately perceived. It is already there. You are not looking for this dualistic functioning to derive pleasure from it. You're not sucking a fruit. Simply, you are the source, in fact. You don't say things like this, but it is clear somehow that it's all here. Everything is arising from here. But whether they are arising or not, it does not describe or define what is here. And we leave it like that. Just leave it like that. Don't need to go and pick up more books and study more about it. That will be passing your destination. You don't need to study more now. Because we have to remember that the truth is not like some sacred cluster of concepts or something. It is no concept. Concepts can be used, thoughts can come, but they are not the indication or they are not the reference for what is. They are simply a movement occurring inside the conscious field. That's all. So I myself, I don't want to talk so much about it. I talk only when it is necessary, when somehow it can be useful to see beyond it. You see.
On the tube right here, I have Nisargadatta's book on my phone, on Kindle, and I was reading it, and he was speaking about the vital breath, the consciousness, and the I am.
Yes.
And then earlier on, when you spoke about Jesus, I've heard you say this many times about I am, and all of a sudden, it just,
Yes.
it was like, oh, Guruji, I've been pregnant with myself for 9 months. It would be exactly if I, this time now, isn't it something, the glory of God?
That's very good. That's very good. The understanding, the somehow the corresponding, the understanding, the intimate recognition of this I amness, which is the root and the source of language, in fact. It is the firstborn of consciousness, the knowledge I am, the untaught way of recognizing one's own self. If we begin there, because nobody studies the I am, everybody studies out of the I am towards other things. So that is called self-knowledge. When that somehow happens, then you will soon come to the end of all search, automatically. This will not be decided by one's mind. We don't know what to decide, or if anything decides. Simply, just like when something is cooked, it's finished. No, it doesn't need more cooking. It can only be eaten or wasted. Very good. Thank you. Oh, yeah, don't do that. Yes, it's good. It's good. It's good. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
I'm so happy you're here.
Thank
It's,
you.
it's a beautiful response on Facebook and YouTube. And, yeah. I actually wanted to start, I don't know if you remember when you were here last week, and you told us a little story about the first person on YouTube.
Yes, yes.
Would you mind sharing that? I just thought it was very sweet in terms of bringing people in that are, you know,
Well,
that,
actually
that are home but don't get the
Yes.
opportunity to come and be with you.
Yes, yes. Actually, what happened was that I am not very versed in technology or nothing. I'm very like this. I'm not good at these things. No? And some years ago, we were in India, in Tiruvannamalai, and I can see it clearly this moment. I was walking from Sri Nanagaru Ashram, and one of the people attending satsangs, he came and says, Mooji, you know, have you heard of YouTube? So I thought it was YouTube. I mean, this is YouTube. It's a funny name. It was a funny sound for me. YouTube. I said, no, what is this? So I said, he said, no. It's like this internet programming or something where you can put some of your satsangs on and then people can watch it from anywhere in the world, you know? And I said, I'm not interested. I remember I had the same reaction when my sister told me that she bought a microwave. I said, this is rubbish sort of stuff, you know. So I said, yeah, no. He said, no. You really, it's really good, you know. You don't have to put a whole satsang. You can put just a piece and so on, you know. And that's what's happening now, you know. And I was with one of our sangha, Nataraj. He was there, and he says, Mooji, it's not bad, you know. Maybe we could look into it. And I said, oh yeah, okay, whatever. So I just forgot about it, because people do suggest things from time to time. Then from Tiru, we went to travel in the United States, and when we were in the south of, we were in Washington, D.C. We were having some meetings there, and we had some free time. And he started to put some things from the talk together, and he said, let's take a look. So it was a very short video, and I'd never seen before. And they know nothing about YouTube, nothing. Even now, I'm not so good with computer, nothing. So he showed. I said, "Oh, it's kind of okay." And he will start to mess about a little bit and make funny things, you know. Anyway, these was put out, and I think another one or two of them was put out. And within a few weeks, I had one response. He said, I want to show you something. And he showed me this. Someone had written in and say, my name is this, and I'm terminally ill. The doctors tell me I'm terminally ill. I'm not able to leave my room. And I want to say thank you, because you came into my room, you know, through the internet and showed me freedom. And I don't know what happened. It was so powerfully felt in me. I said, it's true, that is. And I don't know what happened. Maybe it is just the strength of the feeling that was inside this message. And it really touched something. And I said, can it do this? You know? And he said, yeah, there's more comments from people and so on. I said, but we have to do this. And that's how we started to make the YouTubes, you know. I myself have never made a YouTube, I have to say like that.
You mean you're not in the back room on the computer?
No. No, for me a computer is like being in the cockpit of a plane or something.
That's very sweet. That's very sweet. Because I know that a lot of people are very touched by, as you say, you being able to come into their space and be there with them.
Yes.
And that's part of the reason why I was keen to give some space to questions that are people that are just wherever they are, in their office, in their pajamas, and bed, wherever they are, that are connecting with where we are. So we've got some questions here. We don't have a huge amount of time, but I'm also happy to keep going a bit past the time if I.
As you like.
Okay.
Good.
Okay, well, till maybe 3 o'clock in the morning. So the first question is from Jai. The question is, I have experience now, and I know consciousness. I can see my person or ego, and I can observe it as I am. I experience an awakening, even in this truth, sometimes feels irritable still. I sometimes get anxiety attacks. Some people in my life ask why I'm not happy, even if I have experienced consciousness. And I'm not sure why not, but it doesn't feel good always. Sometimes life is fun, sometimes not. Especially others' imaginary ideas about reality scare and irritate me. I feel there are many lies. So even though I am consciousness, I still get carried away by egoic presence.
Yes.
Any advice?
Yes. This I am consciousness has not stabilized itself as yet. It's still a cocktail of the experience, so to speak, or of the recognition that oneself is this. Some experience must have happened there, but it's like it's not complete. It's like a snake is in this room, and it's leaving. We're throwing things at it, and it's leaving the room. Now its head is in the garden, but the tail is still in the room. So he's kind of out, but not quite. And it's the same way a little bit with the people have experiences, an illumination, an awakening, and it's like, wow, yeah. And what I can say is that at least with the experience, they can't deny that such a thing exists, you know. Even to say is maybe it's all my mind made it up or something like that. Some people do say that, no? But now they don't need so much to hear people talk about it. They know that it is a reality, that it exists somehow in them. They know when they're in the state of no mind or of no person, and they know when they're in the state of person. Now, prior to that, they would not even know that they're in the state of person, because the sense of personhood would be all they seem to know. They had no other reference that there's something other than personhood. When you experience the non-personal state, or the state of presence, then it becomes spontaneously convincing for them that there is something beyond my conditioned state, which is infinitely more pure, more light, and more joyful, you see. Then you may say that is the bait in somehow that will continue to reappear and appear and reappear and disappear and so on from time to time. I say sometimes what happens is that the strength of conditioning seems to be so ingrained, it can never take over, because it just cannot, and I'll probably explain after. But it's so ingrained that when we experience no mind or no person, I mean, it's such an atomic explosion in some way. And for some people, they can't. It becomes unbearable. You know, it's like after a while, it's like the egoic mind is not dead. It's just sort of like knocked back, and it needs some carbon monoxide. Basically, it has to go out again. And so people do say, sometimes I swing in when I come into the state of being again, and everything is fine. The world is good. Everything is fine. I feel very relaxed. I'm not troubled by people speaking this way or that way to me or so on. But then sometimes it goes out again. And when it goes out, I get headaches and I feel frustrated. I think my life is not going anywhere, and so on, so on, so. And then here I come again, swinging in again. So, oh, hallelujah. I mean, oh, I'm so great. Oh, it's so good, so fantastic. I'm free. How can I ever think that I was not free? And then out again. And oh my God, what was that? I think I'm imagining. So this oscillation is this rocking back and forth is a very common phenomenon, and I think in some way it is necessary as we are reacquiring the taste, the pure oxygen of being somehow. So I feel that this person, Jai, is experiencing this at the moment, I have to say, as all experiences are somehow based in time, like that, this coming back and forth. I would want to be saying, if you are able to observe both polarities, where are you? You see, like this. But although here it seems totally clear, the mind has not yet sufficiently grasped that. Not the mind by itself, because there's no such thing as mind by itself. The mind by itself or thought by itself cannot exist. No thought is self-employed. It needs to somehow connect with a kind of thinker agent or something, and then the process of thinking can flourish. So somehow it is the beingness combined with the mind. It is the sense of presence combined with the sense of the person. And that mix, that cocktail, is somehow unstable. You will experience the sense of feeling bliss and joy, the feeling of feeling anxious and separated and this type of thing. Now, it takes a while before the capacity to see that both of these are phenomenal, or that one can admit that they are phenomenal, and therefore there's not a third entity, but something that stands apart from that. It's not caught in the bubble of that movement. When it is seen, when it becomes obvious, it is totally obvious. Until it is obvious, doubts persist, and they are connected to this state of rocking this way and that way, like that.
It's Jai's question, but I put a similar question to you when we did our interview last week, and it's a question that for me is also a very interesting one, because sometimes when we've had those tastes, it can be we can try to get back to where we were, which of course the more we do that, the more we get stuck in the dance with it.
Yeah, but this is the thing, you see. It's kind of a bit exciting for me to say it is. Because I want to say it, and yet it seemed like it doesn't often get through. It doesn't often reach the mark. The one who is trying, who feels, I was there, you see? And then somehow I swing back out again. And hang on a second, I'm coming back in again. Yeah, there we go. That is this one, no, like this. It is actually the play of consciousness that is going through in the dream of evolution. I'm saying this, no? The dream of the evolution of consciousness, you may say like this. The evolution of consciousness towards pure awareness, or like this, or the absolute. Only the absolute really is. Even a sense of presence. While we are the person, while the sense of the person, that state predominates, the sense of presence seems lofty and far away, like something to aim at. As soon as the sense of presence is confirmed, the sense of the person seems totally illusory. When we're in the state of presence, everything is colored by presence. When we come to the state where presence itself is perceived, then we are in the unborn or the indescribable state, like this. Isn't it? So, the one who is feeling, I'm coming, and what can I do to just stay? What can I do to just always be here, and so on, then it feels a very credible, very just authentic question. What can I do to make stable the experience of being in the self, you see? But I'm pointing a fault in it, in a sense, because it's still the shadow speaking. It's not only shadow, you see, because consciousness is there also. But I have to admit from the beginning now that I see it completely clearly that that still is phenomenal. He said, but is there anything that's not phenomenal? Well, that which perceives phenomenality, but not in some cynical way, but in the most pure way, through pure understanding, that is not phenomenal. You may say it is nominal, or you can say it is the absolute. But we have to be careful here. Don't get too comfortable with words here, because we have already missed the point somehow. The words can only be spoken on behalf of that state. It cannot be spoken by that state itself. You see? It's almost like the consciousness is needed to speak on behalf of the absolute. But yet it is all one thing. So I don't have such a faith in words. I say and I often say, don't make tattoos out of any utterance. Not from me or anyone, I believe. Make use of them. They are pointing to something. The rest must be completed by your own research, your own confirming, to say, yes, this is so. Otherwise, it's just one hand clapping. It just won't happen. So this feeling of, yes, I feel sometimes I'm there. I feel sometimes I'm there. And sometimes, like somebody say, I know I'm there absolutely for 3 hours. Yes, sir. I am there absolutely. I'm that for 3 hours. I am the timeless for 3 hours. You see, this is the phenomenality, because at some point, this again, the mind stream comes, and it's almost as though you're under the narcotic influence of the egoic mind. And it is involuntary, there's nothing you can do about it. You see? This you is still what I would call the imagined you, the phenomenal sense of ourself. But it's rarely grasped. And I may ask why, you may ask why, because the compulsion, the impulse, or the reflex, or the gravity of conditioning somehow plays a strong part in the consciousness reenacting and re-identifying with phenomena for a while. I would say for a while, because if one gets through, it means all can get through. Not at once, but it means that all can get through.
You mean there's hope?
Well, the paradox and the paradox and the thing is that we are that. I mean, beyond choice, it is like that. It just proves that life is experience. You have to experience it. You have to confirm it. You have to feel it. Otherwise, it's not true. You see?
We could stay on this question for a long time, but I want to give some space to other
yes,
people.
Yes.
There's a question from Mary, and she says, at some point, I went into a void. It was free and devoid of anything. Nothing existed. It was infinite expansion, and I was all. I did not need or want anything, but I became a little fearful and pulled out of it. There was nothing to do, and I was empty space. Is this my natural state?
No, just read the last two part of it, because she says, I was in this state, or she said, I am or was? It sounds like I was.
At some point, I went into a void. It was free and devoid of anything. Nothing existed. It was infinite expansion, and I was all.
Yes. And I was all. Okay. But it didn't finish there.
I did not need or want anything, but I became a little fearful and pulled out of it.
Yes.
There was nothing to do, and I was empty space. Is this my natural state?
Yeah. It seems like there's two kind of conclusions there for a minute. I'm not sure. One says, then became a little fearful and was pulled out of it. And then it seems to not finish with that. I was fear come and I was pulled out of it. This is another common phenomenon. We had one time, I think Shankar, you were asked to come here actually, but she said I was walking in the market, and then suddenly I became aware that there was just walking. That somebody was moving in the market or someplace, but there was no me, there was no I. And then suddenly fear came, and that the fear came like this, and then suddenly I found myself back in context. And then immediately, why? Like this, something, no? So at first, it was like a relief, like, something is going to vanish, the fear come, and then somehow it seemed something was back. The fear come and belief created a one that something was happening to. And somehow the feeling of came back, re-engaged as identity in the body, which is not significant for me, but was felt to be significant for her, because the identity still mattered. And it's not your last chance. It happened again. It happens from time to time with people for a while like that. It's not like, oh my God, what did I do wrong? And there's nothing like this. It was the maturity at that time. The maturity meaning the capacity to embrace such an intense experience and even feeling fear, but not somehow giving in to the fear or something like that. Maybe like this. Like that. Mm-hmm.
There's a question from Eve. Dear Mooji, what keeps me from being the self that I am?
If you know you're the self that you are, nothing can prevent that. If you know, but I am the self, even no doubts can come. No doubt will come. You see? So what keeps me from being the self I am? Maybe the belief that something can separate you from what you are. I said before once, that I said I am before the idea that I needed to remember myself, or the idea that I could forget myself was believed. Again, I am before the idea that I could forget myself or that I needed to remember myself was believed in. So once the belief that something can happen is as though you believe it into existence and it becomes your experience. In fact, it is something well worth noting that this is how a life is shaped, at a psychological way. You believe in something very strongly and it becomes like real for you. It has to become only real for you because the same belief may not work in another form of consciousness. That.
Another short question, and I'm going to struggle to pronounce the person's name. I think it's Dea, perhaps. The question is, can the perceiver be perceived? This question haunts me. Help me, please.
Yeah. These are final questions. Can the perceiver be perceived? Final questions. It is good to know that there are some questions, there's a finality about them. There are some questions that proliferate into other questions. They make more questions. And the best questions are those questions that eat up other questions, and then finally they themselves just vanish. So this is what I would call like a kind of, end of the road question, basically. Before that question can be asked, something else must be in place. What must be in place is that it becomes clear to you that the waking state, the phenomenal world and all the beings and everything can only exist if you are here. Now, people will say, oh yeah, but if I'm not here, other beings are here to perceive it. But if you're not here, why would you know about that? You don't know anything at all, you don't exist. So if you don't exist, nothing exists. It must be there. You are integral to it. Because if you don't exist, there's no God for you either. Isn't it? So something must be there to say, yes, even I have a relationship with God, or I perceive life, or, I witness all these things. So I point to the significance of that seeing place. So if you are, if you're clear that everything that is perceivable, everything that you call your life is only your life according to the deductions and conclusions of your mind. It's just the life according to you, your version of life. It's not the fact for everybody, it is just your version of life. So this is the most important, to look not at what is seen, but what sees it. This is very, very important, because we spend all our lives talking about the things which come and go, and they do come and go. They're ephemeral in nature, they're transient in appearances, and so they have no stability. By the time you're talking about them, they're already well gone. And we seem not to have grasped that essentially we are living a life on memory. That's mostly it. Who is it that is here who even perceives memory, you see? What is it that perceives memory? So this is very, very, very important. Now, her question was?
Can the perceiver be perceived?
You're the one perceiving everything. You see everything. Amongst all that is phenomenally perceivable. It's said that space is the most subtle. And it is you who perceive space. Space doesn't perceive you. So you must be subtler than space. You who are perceiving everything else, can you be perceived? Now, I want you to find that answer. Don't let me tell you the answer. If I tell you the answer, your mind will know my answer, but you will not know it. It's time for you to know it, because only your experience will do. You see, that is my question. I ask, can the perceiver be perceived? And what must happen now? Then somehow one must look, somehow the attention stops going out and must go back to the source, turn towards the source. What will be found there? Everything that is perceivable must have some quality, must have some width or height or depth. Something must, you say, okay, it is this. And the mind is needed, because the mind is the instrument for comparing and interpreting. Variety, you can say like that. So, will it find anything here to measure, you see? When the attention turns towards the source and it is asked, can the perceiver be perceived? Do you find a perceiver in the first place? No. So this question does not give an answer that is a mental answer or a concept. It must reveal something. It must lead to direct experience. Finally, it must be direct experience. Because an answer, mental, whatever, conceptual, intellectual, is of no value here at all.
That's almost the next question. So let me ask you that, which is, I know there is a difference between intellectual understanding and realization that all there is awareness. I understand I am not the body, the mind, that there is only awareness. I understand this and believe it to be true. But why do I still get carried away with thoughts and emotions if I believe this to be true? I have understanding, but what does one need to do to be fully realized?
Need to understand what one is, you see. Because all throughout you're saying, I accept that I see that I'm not the body, I see I'm not the mind, I'm not my emotions, I'm not my feelings, I'm not my thoughts, I'm not my past, not my memory, I'm not any of these. I know that I understand that I am awareness. I. Who is the I who is saying this thing, you see? Not one moment it's indicated that I've questioned myself. You see, I immediately want to know who is the I speaking. Who is the I? Then that I must find out itself. Who is being referred to here? You see? What must I do finally to realize once and for all that I am only the awareness? I is what? Who is speaking? First, establish your own identity. But I don't know if I've gone too far, if people get it, you see. Everything else is irrelevant for me. It's just you. Who are you who is saying this thing? Who are you? Would the Buddha speak like that? Would the pure self speak like that? Who is it that speaks like that? And is this voice trustworthy? Who is it whose statement is it? And it seemed like we don't think that's important. It's enough that I ask, but who are you? And it seemed like it just creates confusion, like, who am I? Why would anyone want to know who am I? Why don't you answer my question? Yeah, but who are you? That is answering your question. That is not just giving you a key, it's giving you the master key to every lock. You want me to give you an answer? Yes, what can I do to be constantly awareness? I'm telling you, you must find out who you are. If there's only awareness, who are you? Does awareness acknowledge you?
Very good question.
It is one that can be, it is one, it doesn't lead from riddle to riddle to riddle. It stops all riddles, actually. We are always missing out ourselves, you see. There's a story that I think is probably fitting, a short one. It says that 10 foolish men left to go on pilgrimage. They're going to go to the festival of fools, basically, and they so they had to cross a river on the way, and so they said, okay, brothers, okay, we'll stay together. But water was not very deep; it just up to here. But they all went and they panicked. Somebody goes, oh, and everybody started to panic. Oh, started to go all like this, and then they all got scattered, and then all of them made it to the other side. And then they got together and said, oh, okay. Oh, yes, good, we are all here. We are 10, no? I have to make sure that we're all together. We are 10. So, okay, one goes to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One of our brothers is missing. One of our brothers said, no. Everybody's looking for this missing brother. I said, no, maybe he's not a good counter. You count. Next one count. Next one went, said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's right. And they're all crying. Oh, one of the brothers are missing. Oh, did anybody see? And they're looking up the river. Or nothing. No brother is found. So a stranger is passing and is watching all of this going on and see what the problem is. They're all crying their eyes out because one of the brothers are missing. And he went along and he says, okay, what I'll do, each time I hit you on the head, you must call the number. You see? So he goes, it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, we found the brother like this. I go, you see? So this is just, I think, a metaphor for self-inquiry. We are counting everything, but ourselves we miss out. We are perceiving everything. Even to say, yes, I want to know what is God, what is this. But yourself, you don't know. You have to find out who is this yourself. You're the one whose life is important to yourself. You're looking, you say, oh yes, I can see this, I believe in this, I believe in that. You see? But yourself, you say, but who are you? Then your descriptions is only phenomenal. All your description only phenomenal. Then if you're only phenomenal, all you know is only phenomenal. If you're gone beyond phenomenality, then the phenomenal is only a light garment over the absolute. And you'll experience this in the most profound way. It won't be, so university knowledge or something. It'll be so profound. It will wipe away sorrow from you. You see, it will bring back a heart alive with love appreciation and compassion and joy and wisdom. It is the one question, if I had to ask one question, but it wouldn't be fair because this question can only be asked to the one who is ready. Otherwise, I'll just be talking at people. If you're not ready, I may ask another question. If somebody says, ask me the most high question, and I sense inside, I will not maybe ask this question because it will just be wasted. You just say, oh, what kind of stupid questions are? Ask me a proper question. You see? So it's you cannot have the highest question in the world unless you have one who is ready to hear it.
It's beautiful. Let's take 2 more questions.
Okay.
I'm mindful of time. So, thank you for this opportunity. I have a question. How can I regain freedom in the sense of becoming free of fear I have for someone? How can I overcome the circle of I can't? How can I be me, my version of the universal energy? How can I be my true self, not the illusion?
Yes.
That's from Miriam.
Yes. You know, all these questions just convince me how important self-inquiry is. All these questions. Because every other question would just be somehow strengthening the delusion. If I start to answer you on the basis of the identity you present as yourself, you see. So until one really comes, and how are you going to come if you're not stimulated into coming, you see? And this is why I say I have no fault with the universe. The Supreme Being is the governor of all things. Some are simply not at that stage whereby they are attracted to this type of introspection. I don't criticize that. Let everything go according to its, the Lord of the universe is in no hurry to liberate beings. Time is nothing for him. So, if someone is attracted to it, because sometimes we ask questions but we can't fathom the answers. You ask a question, it seems a very good question on some level, but if I really look at it in honesty, I can say, here you need to stop here. Here you need to this, because I can pick all the things out that you say that are mirrors into your own being to see where you are stuck already. So to get a true answer, you have to ask a true question. And as yet, a true question is not being asked, you see. It's a bit mixed up with, identity that wants to be the absolute, but is still holding on to certain notions about itself that is still, which still bind it to the sense of phenomenality. And why is it doing that? No blame. When someone is ready, it's like you send out your scent. You see, like this. It's like you have a smell about you, even without seeing your face or nothing like this. Even in the words, not the words in their graphic presentation, but just the energy in them. I don't know if people know this thing or believe this thing. I have letters in my house that's been there for 9 years. I've not opened because I just feel I know what's in them. It's rubbish. You feel it, or you maybe go to a library and you pick up a book and you just can't read it because it's not for you. But some people disagree. They say, no, you're too lazy, or maybe you're tired or something. So we have different ways of perceiving. When someone is really ready, they may say, I'm ready right now, but still something is heavily blocked. And that's not something that you can hide. It's involuntary. You can say, I'm ready, I'll jump off a bridge. I say, yeah, but you'll jump off a bridge, but you're still not ready. You understand? It's not determination alone that does it. It's grace. And grace is not hiding itself from you. It's not an easy thing to say the things that I'm saying sometimes, because it seems like it's a kind of prejudice or not giving someone a chance, because we look at it in such a in such a kind of conditioned way. But if you have been in this space, if you are anyone in this space, not in the early stages, but in a certain level of maturity with this, you do sense. Because I don't make satsang happen. You make satsang happen. If somehow the feeling is right, then everything comes easy. You see? It is like that. I'm always open to meet someone who, when it comes, then I'm not doing anything at all. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's like water being poured into water. It's very easy. I'm not saying it has to always be like this. I am having to sometime to sit, and I want to, you see, to work through. But it takes a bit more than just my words speaking now to this question, and just say, you just do this and do that and do it, because I know it won't be absorbed. Sometimes, very often, when someone put a question, I'll be looking at them, they're talking, looking at them, but I know that this one is for this one, is understanding, and this one is understanding, and this one here is completely falling apart because of it. You just know it, you feel it, and the person who is talking is going, yes, but you know they're not, it's just going past. So I have to say to them, maybe you must look at this tape and over again, and somehow it will become more clear for you. So there's something I'm saying, not something special. We have this capacity inside. Certainly the potential is there. The capacity makes itself known gradually as we warm up again to ourselves, like that. Yeah. But I would encourage you to say, come to satsang a bit. It's not just simple question and answers. It's not just question and answers. It's sometimes question and experience. You look at something, and maybe you don't get the answer your mind wants. Maybe may even get ignored somehow, and something begins to turn. But that is needed. It's not calculated. It's just the universe is functioning like this. This is what happens as one is awakening to their self. You're not doing anything at all. Even people get upset, but you're not upsetting them. But they get upset, You see, and. But it's all doing its work. It's all, and no human being can work as beautifully as consciousness. Let's say human being is consciousness also, but it's a very inept form of consciousness, at least for a while.
Yes. Okay. Final question. There is a point beyond the self that works for humanity. Is it possible in these days to be in this state, to serve humanity from the higher state of being?
The highest state of being is not concerned with, particularly with serving humanity. It doesn't know the notion of humanity. It only loves, and everything is taken care of by it. It doesn't single out any species as being higher than another. It caters for everything according to their the needs of that species or whatever it is. Everything in life is pervaded by this love and this wisdom. Is there? God is absolutely everywhere, so the notion of serving humanity and so on, humanity is being abundantly served every moment. Every moment, every breath. We may not be served in the way our minds want, but your life is somehow unfolding according to always. It's something is giving you a chance to go to the next level, like this. But this you feeling, this us feeling, is really it's just a mask. It's this is what makes it so amazing, because it's only the Supreme, it's only the conscious, only the Divine One, it's only God. All of this playing all these roles, growing. It's just that. appearing like it's many and different and opposed to each other and all of this for a while. And using every experience, bitter and sweet, to somehow, it needs the friction somehow to experience the sense of transcendence. It's as though consciousness creates the sense of a problem in order to have the experience of transcending it. And in that way, it has the illusion of growth. And through the illusion of separation, through the illusion of ignorance, through all of this. And there's one when you wake up, you see it's all perfect, even in its seeming imperfections. But to see it from the human standpoint, from the cultured perspective, it's really it's inscrutable, it's unfathomable. The best we can do is create little segments of limited kind of work in progress conclusions. I don't know what we do. And it is to do with our arrogance. But you see, I cannot blame human beings because they are not independent of the Supreme. And yet this is the chance we have. Because of that we have a chance. Because there's no human being can live independent of the will and the power of God. It's just we are just a rumor. Sorry. And yet at the same time, this is not dismissive.
Sure.
It is totally the integrity of consciousness in its dance as diversity and so on. It's just misunderstood because, I don't know, perhaps when God wants to experience arrogance, he portrays himself as a human being or something. In order to experience that and to transcend it. Because the human being will return to his original abode. Like that. What is beautiful is that as we come to see this, you cannot help loving. You see? And by loving, I don't mean necessarily affectionately. Because love can be brutal in one way, it can appear, no? Like even Jesus himself say, like it's better to lose your legs and enter into the kingdom than to have good health and still be, living a life of full delusion or something. So, yes.
Mooji, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
It's been such a treat.
Oh,
thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes,
Yeah.
fun.
It's been a real joy.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And also thank you to all of you guys here as well for sharing with yourselves. It's really kind of what makes it what it is. I'm sorry to people watching we didn't get a chance to come to all questions, but hopefully we get another chance at some point. So thank you for watching, and we'll be talking with you again here on Conscious Tea, hopefully very soon. Bye-bye.